Good evening, everyone. Starting a bit late today, but we do have a lot of things to share today. Today is our second day of showcasing Black, Indigenous, people of color creators in video games. Today we're focusing on 3 Black women who made good contributions to the video game history and the current games as well. So it's a mixture of both women who used to work before in the video game industry and women who work currently in some of the indie companies. We're also gonna take a brief look at Jerry Lawson, who is often called the father of modern video games, or father of video games in general. So we're gonna look at another video about him, just as because he's had such a big influence. I think it's worth looking at twice. I had found originally when I looked up videos, I found 2 videos that were really good. So I put one of them in our last showcase, and we're going to look at the second one today. The games that we have, what we have is the first set is by this very impactful woman back in 1980s. She worked for Cocktail Vision, which was a French. It was a game dev company in France. They made a whole bunch of games, and some of them I actually played as well. So we're gonna look at 2 games from them. They're called Freedom, Rebels in the Darkness, and Lost in Time. Lost in Time is something I played before, so it's and at the time I didn't know much about the dev company, so it was really cool to learn more about it. The second game dev we're gonna look at is Threefold Games, and one of the game we're gonna look at is Before I Forget. It's a game about some sort of memory disorder. And then the third dev we're looking at is Kat Small, and her game SweetXheart. Okay, so those are the 3 games. We will be starting with the video on Jerry Lawson, and then we're going to go into the other ones after. So I hope to do more of these showcasing in the future. For this week was a bit of an exception. I did 2 of them just to see how it feels, and so far I've been really enjoying the process of learning about the history of people impacting the game industry. So I hope to do more like this in the future. Let's see. We're gonna go into the... take a closer look.
Let's go back in time when we were young, full of love. Let's take back this land that we call home and make it our own. Yeah. Let's go back in time.
Just bring up the video now. This one's called Gaming for Everyone, Blacks in Gaming GDC features. So I'm gonna just play the video and I'll talk about it after it's done. So that was the Gaming for Everyone video from the Microsoft channel. You can check it out at the link I'm pasting in the chat. So it's pretty cool. I really like this story. I've read like several versions of this from many sources, and piecing together details and all that. There's just they mentioned, I think, that he made his own video game company afterwards, which also tried to publish games for the Atari. And I've looked into some of the games and they were very, very creative for the time. The Atari system was very limited from, like, I had one when I was younger, well, much later than it just came out. I had them in 90s sometime, like mid 90s or something. And that was, there was a lot of games by then for the Atari, and the technology was very limited and things had to be very simple. So when I looked at the games that Videosoft made, a lot of them were very creative given the limitations. They even had some 3D games that utilized 3D goggles, those blue and red glasses that you'd sometimes get with some VHS to watch 3D movies, and that was they used that for some of their games, and I was like, that is brilliant, and it kind of amplifies the experience of a system that is limited in so many ways, and I found that very fascinating. Yeah, it even had like limited colors, probably 16. I think it was a 16 color system or maybe a bit more, but it was very limited. Yeah. Hey Shelly, we just watched our first video. It was a video about Jerry Lawson. I put a second video of him in this showcase because he was such a prominent influence, and I was just mentioning that some of his ideas were so ahead of its time. I was very impressed with some of the games that never got a chance to be released, but a lot of people tried to revive them because it was such a good idea. Yeah, so that's our intro. We're gonna be looking at the second video. We're gonna be looking at it's actually our first creator that we want to showcase today. So this person, her name is Muriel Tramis. She is the first Black female game designer in as far as we know, and she worked for a game dev company in France, and they made quite a lot of games, almost like 10 or 15 games altogether. In fact, I have actually played one of her games. It's called Lost in Time. And I'm going to show that today as well, and you'll see why it's so creative for a game that old. And we're going to look at another one of her games before that, which I'm not going to play for too long because it's really, really difficult and I don't know how to do it. The game is so old that you needed a manual to play it, and I don't have access to that. So I'm a little preoccupied, so I'm here, but I'm listening, but I'm not in chat. Okay, that's fine, Shelly. We're going to be watching videos for a bit, and then we're going to move on to the first game. Okay, so let's take a look at Muriel Tramis' video, and then we're going to get into the games. Let me just switch on the... yeah, let's just let's just watch the video first. Okay, well, that was fun. I had not actually seen the whole video until now. I've seen only parts of it, so that was very, very informative. There was some stuff in it that I didn't know about, and that was very, very cool to learn about them. So in the previous video we watched, there was Jerry Lawson that was who was featured in the last video. He was he's no longer alive, but Muriel Tramis is, and she's still working on influencing the game industry. So I'm excited for her presence and the ideas she talked about near the end of the video. The project she's working on, they sound very, very intriguing. See, the thing is, like, I agree with her on the fundamental level that games should not just be for children, even though the most popular video games were for children, and so people assume that all video games are for children. That's the more popular idea, but originally a lot of old video games were not just for kids, and that's something a lot of people may have forgotten. And now there's games for adults, and that the games we have for adults nowadays are very different from the games that were made for adults back in the 80s. And I think that's an important thing to remember, that people matured content can take many shapes and forms. So I also like that she focused a lot on erotica at some point in her career, and that is something that is also like a tasteful version of it, an empowering version of erotic games. Those are harder to find nowadays, and it's important to note that there's Black female creators who have put that into the gaming history at some point in time, even though they were not maybe they may not be as popular as far as we know. So but I think it's something, it'll be worthwhile to bring things like that back into our lives again. So the Rifna says that a lot of the old French games were not translated until much later, and so they weren't as popular in North America as much as they were in Europe. So that's another thing. So the video we just looked at, it's this one is called Muriel Tramis, the first Black female game designer, and I'm gonna paste the link to the game, to the video in the chat. So here it is. So go give them a like, subscribe, and all that. Clearly they do a lot of work. The icon, they're doing clearly a lot of work on gathering this information. Okay, so why did my like disappear? There we go. Okay. And all right, so let's hey so let's take a look at the two of the games that they mentioned. So the first her first game was Muleo, which was about black slaves and appeasing the tormented spirits of the slaves who were killed with the gold that was buried. So I think there's like an historical context to it. And her first set of games are all like this. They are related to some sort of they're related to the history of slavery. And the second game that she made, Freedom Rebels in the Darkness, and that's the one that I got a hold of. So these games are now abandonware. They are not held by any active company. Any active game, no active game company has copyrights over them, so that's why they're called abandonwares. So I found them on abandonware sites. And that's likely the only way to get hold of them, other than the games that are revived by Good Old Games. Most other games you can find in abandonware sites. It was a bit of a struggle to get it working, and even after I got it working, there's elements of it that are not working properly. And that's a side effect of trying to run old games in computers nowadays. There's a feature of the game that I can't actually play with because of how it interacts with the modern CPUs. So, but I can show most of what does work, or depending on my skill level. It takes some skills too. Okay, so the first game we're gonna look at from this set is Freedom Rebels in the Darkness. Let me just load the game first, and we're gonna get into it. Okay, let's activate the first console. Okay. Yeah, there's not a lot of sound in the background. Here's the story. Night is falling over the prosperous Grand Parnasse plantation. The slaves, under their supervisor's thumb, have left the carts of cane and gone back to their huts. Meanwhile, the owner sips his rum on the veranda and the director rubs his hands. The plantation makes a considerable profit. The accountant finishes his records. There are 200 casks of sugar piled up in the buildings. The supervisor is worried. The lashes of his whip are no longer enough to keep the rhythm in the fields. The wind of rebellion is blowing over the row of the... I'm not going to say that word. But who would dare become the leader of a rebellion? Yeah, so this is so anyone watching this video and live or otherwise, just be aware that there's a lot of explicit uh, content in this game. There's a lot of strong, overt themes of slavery based on pretty close to the historical facts. So there's so just be warned, if you're bothered and or activated by these contents, just be aware that there's quite a lot of it here. Yeah, I'll probably spend about 20 to 25 minutes to maybe 20 to half an hour on this. So you can take a break or turn down the sound or something. Ignore the text, maybe. Just take care of yourselves. So I've tested this game out a bit because I was trying to get it running in my system. It is a little... it's made in the early 1980s, so its speed is dependent on the on the CPU. That was one of the things. That's one of the ways games were designed back in the day, is that the the speed of the game wasn't measured in time, it was measured in CPU cycles. And if you have a faster CPU, that means the game runs faster. And sometimes the game runs too fast to actually play. So some elements of this game are actually too fast to play because of that reason. This is the copyright protection that I just went through. When all the abandonwares, they have it now. They are published without that security in place because they're no longer applicable. Yeah, so this is one of them. So this, what I think are like the difficulty settings. So we have Defiant, Rebellious, and Fanatical. These are the 3 different difficulty settings for the game. I believe Defiant is the easiest one, and Fanatical is the hardest one. Or the other way around, I'm not sure exactly. But we're gonna go with Defiant to demonstrate. Now, I don't fully understand every element of this game. As I said before, I needed the the game manual to fully understand what needs to happen. I read a bunch of reviews about it, and from people who played it, and I got some information from that. But otherwise, it's yeah, we're gonna figure things out as we go along. Maybe I should turn on the music a bit because this game is pretty quiet. When I just... the music doesn't exist in the game, so I'm gonna just switch on some background music so it's not too quiet. Rifna said something. Just want to add too that during the late 80s and 90s, the US was snobbing France material a lot. In the movie industry, they would prefer to remake movies instead of translating them. They still do, and that extended to games too. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so I couldn't get the mouse working with this game, so I'm gonna be using the keyboard. See, like, move the cursor around. That's gonna actually slow down some progress, but we're just showing the features here. So we have 4 characters to choose from. We have 2 women, 2 men here, from what I can see. So they have different stats too. I don't know if you can... Sorry, those beeps are gonna be loud. Those beeps are gonna be a bit excessively loud. Oh, okay. No, I did pick someone. Interesting that she has the advice option on. Oops, the wrong place. It's gonna be a lot of those loud beeps, so I'm gonna try to tone it down. So what's happening here in this map is that if you look at the bottom right corner, you see that movement there? That's my character. So we can move her around this plantation. You see the bottom right, the bottom section is all the huts. So those are all the slave huts. And on the top, the big buildings are the offices of the different people who supervise over the slaves, and they're the owners, basically. I'm gonna pause for a second. And then there's these dots moving around in front of those buildings. Those are guard dogs. So you have to avoid them, because if you run into them too many times, they're gonna alert the guards. So the objective of the game, from what I could tell, is you gather... you rally a bunch of slaves together to make sure that they are part of the rebellion. So some of them will agree and some of them won't. And then you take them with you, and then you start causing havoc. But in a way that you have to do it in a way so that they don't get alerted too quickly. And if you, at some points, you have to do confrontations with each of the ruling class members, and you have to defeat them in combat. And once you defeat them in combat, you can take them as prisoners or kill them and stuff like that. And the problem is the combat is something that's unplayable in this speed. So I've never really progressed very much. But I want to show you the other features that I did manage to look at. So on the left, there's this burning torch here. See this thing? Now this thing is the time. It's like when the torch reaches the end, it's basically the game is done. Like you can't... that's your darkness, the night time, basically, the nighttime meter. And that actually, the reason for that is that in the morning, there's troops coming, basically, to reinforce this whole place. So once it reaches that point, you can't win anymore. So you have to do the rebellion while in this one night. You have to do the entire uprising in this one night. Now, I don't understand something. There's things I don't understand here. For example, I don't understand what all the symbols mean at the bottom. I haven't figured that out yet. But those are stats that's going to change over time. We can look at the review to see like where we are. So we have the name of the people. Then we have a list of prisoners. We have the list of victims, and then we have the status of, like, we have 0% burnt fields, we have 0% burnt buildings, and 0% slaves running away. And so let's start, let's start with the huts. I think that's the first place we start. I think the character I picked has high charisma, so she might be able to convince more people. So this is a craftsman. And if you try to rally them, they say, oh no, this freedom business isn't for us, it's too dangerous. So go to the next person. It's a field hand. And they also say no. They're like, just what kind of trouble are you trying to get us into our lives miserable enough? So this is a typical problem, I believe, for most kinds of rebellion. People are too afraid. And then some of them agree, like, yes, we're ready to die for our freedom, we'll go with you. So that's like, and this is like, the success of this depends on how good of a leader you are in terms of how fast can you convince people? Is there more huts? There's one more. Oh, this one. I think I missed this one before. Okay, so we got like only one person so far. Let's go into the next hut area. Is this the same area? Seems like it. Okay, so I think we're gonna go into the different area here. Let's try this one. Yeah, that looks different. Okay. It's let's see. Nope. Running out of time here. Yes, you need our strength to win your freedom. Take us with you. So now we have craftsmen in our party, which means there's some abilities that's gonna be coming out of that. So that doesn't have anything. Oh, this is a specific person. Freedom holds nothing tender for us. Running is dangerous, sister. That's what he says. Eventually, if we start having success, we're gonna be able to recruit some of the ones who couldn't be recruited. Okay, so we got 2 craftspeople. That's awesome. And let's go across the river. Let's see what's over here. It's another field hand person. Nope. Okay, we're getting a lot of craftspeople, so that's, in a way, that's good. We're gonna need their help. We need more field hands as well. We need like all kinds of people. Okay, so this is a specific person here. Okay, this one didn't do anything either. Right. Okay, let's plan it out a bit. The next part. Oh, pathfinding is the function that tells us what each of these buildings are supposed to be. I'm gonna click on one. Oops. That's the name of the person there. Utility building. Works building. The sugar factory. The mill. Bonneterre? What is that? Okay, it's a name of a person. Okay. Bolivar, that's another name of a person, I believe. And Cloudot. Alright, so when you start the game, they randomly assign these names, randomly assign which people are in which positions. So the game is generated every time you play. Okay, I'm noticing that my flower thing has gone from 5 to 60. And my butterfly has gone up too. So I believe that means we made some progress somewhere. Let's look at the review. So we got 40 slaves out of 204. So we have to liberate 204. And 30 of them are craftsmen. So that's good, right? So we have 19% slaves running away. Okay, so we need to raise that number as much as possible for the freedom. Okay. Let's go check out the other huts because I want to get a sense for this place before we do anything. Oops. De Letang. Servants. Interesting. Wonder if we can go recruit them too. What about these? Field slaves and... Oh, they're all field slaves. Okay. Because I'm in pathfinding mode, it's not... time is not passing by, so that's useful. These are fields of sugarcane. And what is this thing? This is a water channel. Huh. Okay. Oh, that's the prison. I wonder if there's prisoners in there who we can rescue. Hey, Fire Don't Talk. How are you today? So the first, this game is by Muriel Tramis. And you missed the video, but to summarize, okay, can't chat much. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, Muriel Tramis is a game designer, and she used to work for Court Television. And this is her second game. It's about liberating slaves. And one of the games she worked on is something both you and I played at some point. And that one is called Lost in Time. I'll get into that at some point too, after this one. So, yeah, okay. So continuing on. Does that bridge say anything? No. Okay. So we're gonna get, we're here. So let's try this area one more time, and then we're gonna start taking more actions. Okay. Let's see if this place has anything. Okay. Yes, we're ready to die for our freedom. Okay, so we got another field hand person. Another one. Yeah. Okay, we got like some good numbers now. Nope. No. Okay, yes. And yes. Okay, cool. That's pretty good. Okay, so now, oh, let's look at our status. We have 39% slaves running. We have 80 slaves out of 204 that are escaping. Okay, cool. Awesome. Seems like our flower is at 100 now, and our butterfly is at 86. I don't know what these mean. Honestly, I wish I did. That would have helped a lot. I hope it improves our chances of winning battles, because that's the part that sucks in this fast thing. Okay, so if we're looking at, let's see if we can find someone in the prison. Might be able to free someone in the prison. Let's do that next. Okay. No. Okay, that's not working. Okay, so this is the... there's a butterfly here. So this is, I believe this is the storage place. If we pick the lock there, we get... Oh, it has nothing. Alright, so never mind. We're not. I thought it was the storage place. Let me just double check. Oh, I can't see it now? Okay, so the sugar factory is here, right in front of me. So let's see what we do with that. Okay, so we're in the sugar factory, and let's pick the lock. There are 200 barrels piled up in this building. They represent the plantation sugar production. Okay, so we could set it on fire. Can burn down this building, burn down all the profit. So if you set things on fire, it like that building gets destroyed completely. Not right away. It doesn't alert people right away. You have to, being a bit slow. You have to like take a few risks, and then it becomes too much. Okay, so I noticed that my oops. Let me just pause it. I noticed that my butterfly went down when I did this. So maybe that's the indicator of how visible I am. So maybe yeah, we'll have to keep that in mind. Our flower is looking pretty high. Do we have advice? No. What about review? Okay, we still have 80. We have 33% burned buildings, 39% running. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Let's rally more people and then see if we can do something more with the buildings. All right, so next we're going to... There was the servants' quarter, right? Yeah. See if we can get there. And see if there's something that comes out of that. Okay, too many guard dogs here. Let's go up here. Let's not talk... Oh, crap. That's the leader of owner of the plant, I think. He's like, a revolt. Who started? Let your leader come and see me if he dares. Everyone else lie down on the ground, your hands on your heads. Where's your leader so I can kill him straight away? Oh, come on. Someone else. You know I love you. You know how much time I spent looking after you, dragging you from the clutches of fevers and death. Listen to my healing voice, which has always brought you good. No? I don't know where I am right now. Oh, okay. Okay, that's gonna be hard to escape from. Damn. I was trying to get to that corner, but it's like there's too many other things in the way. Our chances are going down. Let's try to recruit more people. Nope. Is it gonna be... do the people who say no always gonna be saying no? That's the... something I don't... So far it seems like it. What's this house for again? Okay. Alright. Let's try to see if there's anything we can do with this. Oh. Yeah, it's the same place. Okay. Oh, crap. We have a fight now. And because of the CPU speed, it's almost impossible to win. Oh, I won. I won. How did I win? I won that. That's... Oh my god, that's awesome. This is the first time. So, do we... I don't know who this person is. I have no idea who this person is. So, I should have read the names early on. It looks like the church, doesn't it? Sure. Let's do prisoner. Okay, so we are running out of time. But we got one prisoner now. Let's look at the situation. Yeah, we got one prisoner. Holy shit, we lost 10 slaves. Okay, so we need to rally more people. Yeah, this is the abandonware game. Yeah, and the second game I'm gonna play by the same person is also an abandonware, but it's a game that we played before. You and I have both played it before, but at the time we didn't know about the history behind it, so it's gonna be fun. All right, so we captured somebody. That's awesome. I can't believe I won that. That was that was unexpected because every time I fought before, it was like no. Okay. We're running out of time. Let's recruit more people if we can. We have a prisoner. Come on, people. We have a prisoner, though. Okay, what about here? Oh, come on. Just a few more people. Gonna need some power here. What about you? Okay. Yeah, the name of the game is Lost in Time. The second game. Yeah, you'll remember when you see it. Okay, what is this room again? It's the... Oh, it's a field. Yeah, why don't we set a field on fire? That would be good, right? Can I can't activate the prison. How about more people? Anyone else? Okay, so the people who say no seem to always say no. We got the church person as a prisoner. Isn't that good? Oh crap. Another fight. Another fight? I don't think I can win this one. Ah, see? I didn't win. Oh, that sucks. We're out of time. We're out of time. What is this thing? Oh, him again? God damn it. It's a sword fight too. Okay, so one of the prisoners escaped because we didn't have enough men because some got killed. All right. Wait. We have... Hey, what's this egg thing? Now we have 10 of them? What is that? And we have like 1 flower left. Okay, so that's not good, probably. Let's look at the situation here. We got... Ew, we have 50 victims. We lost 50 people to all those combats. And the prisoner escaped. Okay, that's not good. And that's one of the victims. Okay. Oh, that's not good. And we're running out of time too, so yeah, we're running out of time. Okay. Well, I still lasted longer than I did last time. Let's try it again. This time, let's pick a different person. Let's try this one. Okay. So we have the master is de la Pommeraye. Director is Bonnet Ter. The first steward is Passy. The sugar factory steward is Bolivar. Supervisor is Cowdout. Monk is Abbe de Letang. Witch doctor is Afukal, and medicine man is Atumu. So if we can get the witch doctor and the medicine man on our side, they can heal our troops. That's what I read. So we need to try to get them. Let's see. Gonna start from here again. Craftsman, no. Healed hand, no. Craftsman, no. It's hard to do it with a person who's lower charisma. Everyone's saying no on this screen. Okay, never mind then. This place doesn't have anyone? Okay, We're very low on men. Very low on people on our side at the moment. Okay, okay, so this is one of the medicine people, or the witch doctor, I don't remember. Okay, no one's saying yes over here. Okay, so one person said yes. Okay, that's good. I think each yes counts as 10 people, so that's kind of good. Okay, there's another yes. So we have 2 yeses so far. Okay, we have 3 yeses. And that gives us 40 flowers altogether. And a 96% chance of butterfly freedom, I guess. Alright, so let's look at our different buildings for now. This is De Leatang, which was the church person, I think. La Rochelle, servants. De la Pommeraye, that's the master of the plantation. We have the utility building, the works building, the sugar factory, the Bolivar, Bonneterre, the mill. Okay. Passy. Passy is the... I forgot. I should write these down or take a screenshot. Nowadays we can take screenshots because it's we have that option with our phone. Okay, another person. Cool. We get more. Yes. The more people we have, the better chance of... oh, that's the other prominent person. Okay. That didn't work. Alright, so we have... what is this thing again? Cloud out. I don't know what that is. But we need to set fire to things. Yeah, we need to set fire to things. Take prisoners and set fire to things. Person there, there's a utility building, the works building, and the sugar factory. Okay, so these 3 buildings I think we have to set on fire. And the prison, I'm not sure what's gonna happen with that. So let's try to set the big things on fire. Okay, so this one is... pick the lock. The sugar, set on fire. There we go. Okay, we're at 69 and what's in this? Nothing to take away, set on fire. Oh, is that a guard dog thing? Damn, I don't know what just happened. Okay, let's try another one. Constitution and charisma, average, fire setting 60%, climbing. So I don't know what the climbing does. Director Nelson. accountant. We have a monk. Yeah, the characters change every time it's generated. Aimable is witch doctor, medicine man is canopy. Okay. That's 10. Okay, so 20. $20 over here. What about here? You could activate the mouse with this, it would be so much easier. Okay, that's one of them. Nope. 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 Okay, so that's... we got only 40 over here. Only 14%. That's not a whole lot. I guess we could do execution. Interesting. Okay, more. No. No. Ah, that's the one of the prominent people. Nope. I guess the prominent people are not going to go in unless you make some changes first. Okay. We got about 60 people now. Okay. So let's see, what do we get here? Nothing there. I wish I could tell which which area I'm actually activating. It feels a bit random sometimes. Okay, so I guess not then. Alright. What about here, in this area? You know? I think there's basically just 2 of them. That's what it feels like sometimes. Okay, we can't go through there. Nope. Don't run into the dog. Don't run into the dog. This is one of the buildings, right? This is the... Okay, so I want to see what happens when you try to climb. I didn't fully understand what the climbing really did. So I tried it many times, but it's just like didn't do anything. There, let's set it on fire. Cool. That's not what I wanted. Okay, I want to see what happened here. Let's look at the review. So we have 33% burned building. So we have actually 2 more to burn. But I don't think we can just burn things. We need to also take prisoners and stuff like that. What is this building? I have no idea who he is, but let's execute. I don't have the people to drag them. Oh, is this the okay. Let me see what the status of this building is. Oh, and activated. This is the church thing, and this is the servants' quarter. I want to try to get to that place, but I haven't been able to so far. We have, let's do the review. We have only 10 victims. Or did we execute a potential ally this time? Oh, that's not good. I don't know. I don't know if he was an ally. This game is confusing for me. Okay, we can go up. No, we can't go up. Can't cross the river there, so that's not possible. How about now? Will people join in? More people join in now? No. No. Okay. Those are no's. I know there's a leader here somewhere. Maybe I should set fire to a field now. Yeah, let's set fire to the field. Okay, let's look at the review. So we have 25% burned field. So there's 4 fields to burn, I'm guessing. This is the storage for the sugar, I think. Okay, set on fire. Okay. We are still at 56%. I don't know what that means, but we're 66% burned buildings right now, so that's pretty good. We need to do something else now. Right, let's see if this helped people recruit more. No? 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 Oh, okay. Some more. Cool. Okay. This is the same place? Yeah, I think so. I think it's the same place. What about this house here? Let's see, over here? Okay. We did this already. Did we do this? Yeah, I think we did. Nothing here. 55. There's a dog in front of it, so no. This field here, maybe? Okay. Let's set that field on fire. They can't get profit if the sugar is gone. Did that not work? Okay, we got 2 fields. Nice. Don't go back in there. We're running out of time. So we got 50% burned fields, 66% burned buildings, and 29 cells. Percent slaves running. So that's good. Okay, so what happens with advice now? No, nothing? Okay. Alright, pathfinding. We have works building. We have the owner there. We have whoever that is. Maybe we should go talk to that person. Like those 2 people. In the corner. They have dogs in front of them. Oh, come on. What is this? I am Amandlo, the mother of water, and I have heard your suffering so that you will no longer be whipped on this plantation. I have decided to prolong the night, so be on your guard. Wow, that... Oh my god, look at that. The whole thing got reset. That's awesome. Blessings from the water. Who is this person? Oh no, it's a battle. It's a battle. Probably gonna lose. Oh, yeah, we lost. Okay. We're down to 5 people now. Oh god, this is like really bad. $30 out of... Okay, so we lost 30 and we have 30. The dog. Okay. Run out of discretion. Okay. Well, that sucks. I read your message, Shelly. Okay, so shall we do this one more time? No, I think I'm gonna move on to the next game. There's a lot of complexity in this game that I don't understand yet. But a game like this would be very interesting. People should make more of these. Okay, so I'm gonna just take a very short break and I'll come back with another game by the same person, by the same developer. And yeah, we're gonna get into that in a bit. And let's just switch this off for now. And we will turn up the music a bit. And I'll be back soon.
Did I lose this chance for one last dance? With my shaking hands, I can barely ask. We got runaway plans. Baby, where do you wanna go? I'm scared to, you know, but I'll never let go. Will I find you somehow? I hope you're okay. All those memories in your driveway. Can we turn back time before it flies away? Can I hold on to something? Never thought you would come back. Can't believe you'd remember those times. We laughed and cried. Watched the sunset fall through the sky. We were younger, never thought we'd say goodbye. Now we're saying goodbye. Did I lose this chance for one last dance? With my shaking hands, I can barely ask. We got runaway plans. Baby, where do you wanna go? I'm scared to, you know, but I'll never let go. I need a scarecrow after what you did, 'cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. inside my head. I need an angel after what you did, 'cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost. You're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head. 혼자이고 싶지 않아, 'cause I 널 잊지 못한 사실에 내 안에 불을 켜줄 누군가의 도움이 필요해 tonight.
Hello, I am back. So we are still looking at Core Television, which was the company that Muriel Tramis worked in. Coke Television is no longer there. They were what's the word for that when a company is no longer active? Dissolved? Yeah, they're dissolved, I think. But you can read about the company and in their Wikipedia page and other sources. So that Freedom Rebels in the Darkness was by Cocktail Vision, and you can read about them. If you just Google them, you can read about them. So we're gonna look at another game made by Cocktail Vision, and this one is something. It was pretty creative for the time. It was much later. It was probably like 8 years or 10 years after that last game. So technology was better, obviously, but even for that time, I think they included some stuff in it that games had not done at that point in time. So this game is called Lost in Time, and I have played it before, and some people who played games in the 90s may recognize it. It's a pretty cool puzzle point-and-click adventure game, and let me just bring it up. Let's get a closer look. So here we go. It's an old DOS game. I'm just surprised that all these are even working at all. Right. So, any key to continue. This has actual sound too. So this game is called Lost in Time, and it just starts off like this with no explanation, which is cool because it actually fits the situation. Switch off the music. Okay, so we are on some sort of a ship right now. Sorry, the sound is a bit loud. That should be better. Yeah, it's better. Okay, so our person is waking up in this hold of the ship. She goes, "Ooh, my head, where am I? I must be drunk, or am I dreaming? The ship, the box, the man." Okay, ship, box, man. Okay. So what we see a stool, a bucket, an anchor. Yeah, that's an anchor. And a poster. Alright, let's look at the poster. 1840. That's an old poster, but it looks really new. 1840. This is 1992. So clearly she has gone back in the past. And you know, like, when I first played this game, it was in 1994, I think. That's the first time I saw this game. And I was pretty surprised because most games back then didn't feature a female lead, and so I'm like, I was impressed, like, to have a female protagonist in a game, and also not like make it awkward and weird about it, like it's just, you know, as a matter of fact. So that was a very interesting thing back then. Okay, so we travel through time somehow. There's a bucket here, and it's empty. There's a stool here. Now, check this out. When I click on the stool, you know, all these are still images, but something different happens when you click on certain items, like this one. See, there was a video that played in a smaller window. That kind of implies that you're getting close to that item, right? And this was this mechanism was never used in games before this point. So this was one of those first ones. That's mahogany. It's she's recognizing the material. Mahogany is a material, right? It's a type of wood, right? So she's recognizing it. And you get closer even more, and there's a nail underneath. So you can get this nail potentially if you have the right tool. Now she says it's in too tight, so we can't take it out. So we click outside the window and we're back to the normal space. That's really cool. Subtitles are cut off, really? It's right at the bottom. It's at the very bottom of the screen. I can see it. Let me just, let's do this. Oh, yeah, I see that now. I don't know how to fix that. I could try making the... Okay, let me just get a closer look and then we can fix that. It's gonna look weird for a second. Hold on a second. Okay. Oh, it's tiny bit below. That's the problem. Okay, I'm gonna fix it. I'm gonna try to fix it, but I think it might make things worse. All right, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move this up. Yeah, that should do it. So the top is cut off a bit, but that's okay. We don't need it. All right, let's get back here. Is that better? You can see that, read the whole words now, so that's good. Yeah, you can read the whole words. All right, so now, what else is there? We have the movement, we have inventory. In our inventory, we have an acid solution, pliers, and a small pipe. Okay, hey, maybe I can use the pliers to take the nail out. Must I be proud of everything I find? Okay, so we got a nail now. Yeah, so we got the nail in the inventory. Cool. We have our notebook. Hey, check this out. It's a diary, and it's pretty like well written. Like it's big writing. So the memo says, I wake up in the hold of a sailing ship. My head is aching and I do not understand what happened. And you can write your own notes here. I can type whatever I want. Testing. No. It's so cool that old games let you type your own notes into the game's journal. Yeah, it's one of the things I loved about old games. So you could like make notes for yourselves and refer to it when you're solving puzzles. Oh, it's not huge. No, it's fine. Yeah, it's fixed now. I love those old journal things. I have 3 jokers. So jokers are you know, in card games, sometimes jokers are used as a wild card. So jokers are things that will solve some puzzles for you. So that's what that is. I'm gonna save here. Here we go. So we started that. Now let's take a look on the left here. Okay, so there's a box. Oh, she's getting more memories. Ooh, my head, the manor, the lighthouse, the chimney. What happened? Where am I? Okay, there's another lock here. Is it just me or have I been picking locks all morning? Okay. Can we burn the lock off using the acid solution? It's not strong enough. Oh, okay. What about the pliers? It's an excellent idea, but it doesn't work. Okay. Small pipe. It doesn't do anything. Nail? As if it would work. Okay, so we need to find something for this box here. Then we have a stool, another one. Barrels. Shelly says, I'm soaking my feet in Epsom salt right now, and Lulu keeps trying to drink the water. Oh, hey, it's a lamp. They'll help me to see things. Yeah. They'll help me see things. That's what lamps do. I like that the inventory slowly grows, like the boxes gets bigger as the more items you have. I'm twisting my neck, but I still don't see a thing. Let's go here. A bucket. And barrels. Okay, let's look at the bucket. Hey, look, we zoomed in on the bucket. Yes, that's me. I recognize myself, that's for sure. Okay. She is who she really is. And you can touch the water and it like makes this little animation. So cute. Okay. Can we add anything to the water? Do we need to? Doesn't do anything. Okay. It's real dark back there, so maybe I can use the lamp. Ah, there we go. I got a sponge. I wouldn't have seen it without the lamp. It's almost worn out. Okay, so we got a sponge. I guess we can soak it in the bucket. Let me see. I don't know what that would do, but... And it plays an animation. No, 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 don't be mistaken. I'm not ready to start over with a clean slate. What? What does that mean? I don't know. There's an opening there. And we're back to the beginning section. Okay, so let's go downstairs through that opening. I can't see a thing. I can't go down there until I can see what's going on. Okay, so now we need the lamp on the opening. Yeah, there we go. Rather damp down there. Can we... Smells like brown rum. Cask. Okay. Cask is made of oak. And inside there's a bottle of palm oil. Okay. It's from the island of Saint Cristobal. Where could that be? The date on it is 1840. It's nearly full. Okay. So we are in the 1840s. That's what it implies. Did we see anything rusted that the oil could be used on? I don't think so. Alright, so let's turn left. It's a pump. And there's dirty water. Ew, what is that? A dead rat? Disgusting. That'll teach me to put my hands everywhere. Okay, so there's dirty water and there's a dead rat in it. And there's a pump. Stuck, can't make it move. Is it stuck because it needs oil? Because then we can put oil in it. Yeah, I just got oil. A drop of oil. And then... Ah, there we go. We'll get rid of this dirty water. Some. So now we can maybe see things under the water. It's a chain. A corkscrew. No wonder with all these barrels. Okay, so we got a corkscrew now, which maybe we can drill holes in the barrel or something. Where there are chains, there can be no pleasure. So this could be a slave ship and stuff like that. Maybe. Okay. Alright, let's go back up here. Okay, I came in this way and there was a hole here, not a wall made of wooden planks. Okay, so she originally came in this way? Interesting. I hear something behind the poster. Hello, is anybody there? Okay, maybe something here? Can I use an inventory item here? What about a wet sponge on it? No? Hey, Fire Don't Talk. Yeah, this is Lost in Time. No use trying to open the trunk. I was just saying that they use certain... Like, they use those video animations in a point-and-click game, and this was one of the first games that did this. And this was... I don't know if you remember this, but I played this back in the mid-90s, and then I replayed it and finished it much later. It was one of the first point-and-clicks we played. And it has these weird little animations that are super cool. There's also like more video stuff coming up. I'll show you in a bit. Category says freedom? Yeah, it says freedom because I didn't prepare. I mean, I originally wasn't planning to play Lost in Time, but then when I found out that that's another game she worked on, then I decided to add that in the last minute. Okay. So here's something behind the poster. We're gonna do the wet sponge on the poster. Let's see what's behind it. Okay. Yeah. There's a knot of some sort, knot in the wood. The wood is softer there. Oh, I could use the corkscrew on it. Yeah, there we go. And now a hole. Let's look to the hole. Look at that. There's like video, right? You never see this kind of video on old games like that. Like you see the person. It's a person video looking through the hole, right? A video of a person looking through the hole. So she says, "Hello, my friend. I made a hole so I could talk with you. Can you hear me? Can you understand me?" Woman, one would have to be deaf not to hear the noise you are making. You can move around, but I am shackled to the ship. So this game also has themes of slavery in it, so that's really cool. That, you know, that these elements were there and made by a black person, so it's like, you know, it's more authentic expression, you know, not like an external view on it. Then she says, "I'm free to move around, but I don't know how I got here. What about you?" "In the great country, I am Yoruba, the last son of a noble family of Egyptian wizards. My duty is to guard the treasure of my ancestors. But because I was taken away from my land and enslaved with the others, I am no longer a free man. And since this disruption in time, my memory has been wandering." So he is aware of some disruption in like the timeline. "A slave, a treasure. It must be the box with the Egyptian sarcophagus. But where am I? We are on a ship, aren't we?" "Yes, this is this ship belongs to Jarlath de la Prunlier, a very rich man. He has a plantation and slaves on Saint Cristobal Island, which is where the palm oil was from. I lived on the island until the master decided to ship me along with the treasure of my tribe." "Jarlath, I am here because of him. The slave trade has long been forbidden, hasn't it? Where is this ship going?" "It is going to that cold land where all men like Jarlath come from, but I will kill myself before we arrive there. Because I have a knife." "You have a knife? Give it to me. I have a better use for it." "Why should I give it to you? I have no reason to live anymore. On the island, I left all that made my life worth living. The love of my life. The woman I love. My Velvet. She is the master's wife, but I love her more than my life. We have a child." "Incredible. You stole Jarlath's wife? Well, because of the child, you should not lose courage. Give me the knife. I will come back and free you." "You must be joking, woman. I'm tied to the ship, and this room is sealed tight as a tomb." "Don't worry, I'll find a way. I will free you, I promise." "Why should I trust you, woman, even if for some unknown reason I believed you?" Thank you for believing me, Yoruba. When I get out of here, I will come back and free you, I promise." Okay. I think they skipped something here. Let me just read the notes again. Hey, they erased my notes. Damn. Doesn't look like the save worked either. I guess there's some functions that are still not working. We'll have to figure that out later. We did the whole thing, so now we have the knife. We might be able to unlock this thing. Use the knife on the lock? Oh. Okay, no use trying to... Okay, whatever. Then where do we go? What can we use the knife on? Can we use the knife on the chain? Hmm. Well, this one is empty. Okay, let's try to use the corkscrew on this barrel here. No. Small pipe. Can I use that? Can I use these on each other? No, it doesn't seem like it. Is there more conversations to be had? He went back to sleep. The poor man must have been exhausted. Anyway, he seems to trust me. Yeah. Nothing moved. Barrels. A knife on the barrels. Okay. I don't see. Oh, a post. Right. Oh, this is the way out. I could climb up this post, but it's too smooth. Okay, what can I... Knife on the post? Yeah, there we go. I'll carve a step. Okay. Climb was easy. Here's the door. I can hear scratching behind it. Spelling is messed up. Okay. Back of the ship. A rack. A wooden pin. They're used to coil the ropes, and they're really stuck. Okay. It's perfectly alright. Okay, so none of them are loose. There's one missing. There's a spoke that's missing. Okay. So maybe... What about this? A lamp? There's two lamps here. It's broken. Not working anymore. Something went wrong here. Wasn't there? There was a whole story in this section. From what I remember originally, there's a part where when he says that I don't trust you, she tells him a story of how she got to this point in the ship. And that's actually like half the game. Like the backstory is half the game. I don't know why it skipped over that point. Or is the story something that happens later? That's not how I remember it. I'm gonna take a quick look at the walkthrough of it. Lost in time. Walk through. I'm pretty sure this is how it happens. Oh no, it happens later. Okay, I was mistaken. Okay, that's fine. Let's keep going. Empty, a cannon. Rotten barrel, huh? Cannonballs. No wonder with all these cannons. This one has a big chip. Okay. There's a closet and there's a halyard. What's a halyard? Can't reach it. Can I don't use a small pipe to reach it? Okay. Nope. The back of the ship. Containers to cook cane sugar. A towel. Nice. So I got a towel. Boxes, contraband goods, stolen treasure. Okay. A bag, a chariot. It's mounted on those cannon wheels. A ring. I can pull on it as much as I want. It won't budge. A bag looks like cinnamon bark. Contains cocoa beans. Okay, so these are like trade stuff. There's the cannonballs. They're round and smooth. What can I do with them? Put acid on them? No? No, it doesn't do anything. A wooden panel. Okay, can I use the towel on the ring? Ah, towel helps to get a better grip. Well, what was that noise on my right? Oh, to open the panel. Cool. There's a cache. Okay, there's a soap. Strange place to hide soap. Is it such a rare thing? Yeah, it is a rare thing, probably. This bottom moves. No doubt it hides a mechanism. Okay. Can I use the knife on it? Oh, the knife is gone. Huh. A trapdoor. Okay. There's a lock, there's a rod. The rod is locked in the floor and prevents the trapdoor from opening. Can I put acid on the lock? On the rod? Nope. Nope. Okay. Pipe. No. Okay, how do we unlock this thing? Do I really need a key? Or maybe the soap can help? Okay. Let's try that door. Oh, there's another trapdoor. Interesting. This door should slide, but it won't budge a bit. Okay, that goes to the hold. There's gotta be another extra one somewhere. Use the towel to pull the ring again. Okay. Nothing else here. I bet there's something with these cannonballs because we're zooming in on it. Can I put acid on it? Nope. Wet sponge? No. Towel? No. What about the soap on the sponge? Oh no, that's not an option. Let's go back into the hold because I think we might be able to use the bucket. Okay, so what if I put soap into the bucket? I'm not going to clean up the place. Okay. Towel? I'm not going to clean up the place. Okay, okay, got it. Trying various things on the... Doesn't seem to work. Okay. I tried the acid on the lock, it didn't work, it wasn't strong enough. Something with this chain. I don't know, maybe. I couldn't pick up the chain. Climb. I feel like one of these spokes might be loose or something. Perfectly. Oh, this perfectly all right. Okay, so I can click on the individual wooden pins. I wonder if one of them is different. Would the soap make one of them loose? Possible? What's this thing? This is perfectly alright. What about a corkscrew on the wooden pins? No? Or the rack? No. A nail? No. The wet sponge? I got the soap at the back of the ship. Oh, there's a closet here, right? Let me just try to figure that out. I didn't understand what that thing is in that closet. So if you go into the closet, there's a halyard. What is a halyard? A small pipe. Maybe the small pipe needs to be combined with something. Maybe to create a hook of some sort. Empty cannon has a big chip on it. What does that mean? Should I put an acid on that? It's rusted. I don't have the oil anymore. It's a rotten barrel. A corkscrew can... No. What about... I feel like if I could take one of these off, I could attach it to the pipe and make a longer thing. Like, why would you give a prompt on every little wooden spike unless... wooden pin unless it's... Okay, let's just try... No. Corkscrew? I'm clicking everywhere now. Okay. Pliers? Oh! If you really work at it, you can get one out. Okay, so I got one out. Alright, so the wooden pin... can I... Oh, I can combine things. The nail? The soap? I wet sponge, towel. Okay. What about if I use the pipe on the... Doesn't seem to do anything. Okay, well I got something now. Let's see if that's long enough for the... No, I have to definitely create something longer. Okay, so there's at the back of the ship, there's also this whole, thing here. At the bottom, a trapdoor. And it has a lock and it has a rod on it. Hey, if I can get the rod out, I might be able to use that. A lock. The rod is locked into the floor. Ah, okay, hold on. The side locks. Maybe I can put the acid on it. No? Nope, doesn't do anything. What about the wooden pin on the lock? No? The pipe? The pliers? Soap? Nothing. Wet sponge? Well, impossible to unlock, so it needs to be broken or something, right? What if I use acid on the soap? No. Acid on the sponge? No. Okay, what about the soap on the sponge? Okay, no. What about the towel on the lock, on the rod? Doesn't seem to do anything. Okay. But yeah, the rod is a possible thing that's long enough for the whatever I need. I did the ring already. What about something? Maybe there's something in the mechanism. Let's try it again. So it says there's the bottom has it moves, no doubt it hides a mechanism. Maybe there's some soap on it? No. Pliers? No. Wooden pin? Nope. Nope. Huh. Okay. Maybe the wooden pin is used somewhere else in the ship that we haven't tried yet. Okay, let's try that. Wait, was there something else there in that room? In this thing? No. Hmm. Okay. Nope. Okay, let's see. What about the door? The handle on the door. That's weird. The acid on the lock didn't work either. I don't know. It's gotta be something here. Oh, hold on. There's a broken ore here. Okay, now we got something long. Ore would be long enough. Yeah, okay, let's go do that thing over there. Although it's a broken ore, so I might have to fix it. Let me see. Ore on halyard. It's a bit too short. Okay, so we have to attach it to the... Let's put them together. Oh, okay, there we go. So we have these two put together. Do we nail them together? Nails sticking out, that's dangerous. Okay. Okay, so nail isn't what we use on them, then what? Corkscrew? Do I need ropes or something? Okay. What if we use that? We put them together, but we need to somehow stick them together. Maybe that's pipe. No? Well, acid can't be used to combine them. Maybe I need a rope or something somewhere. I don't know. I didn't see any rope anywhere. So we got something from there. We got something from here. We got the ore from here. Now we're not seeing this anymore. So okay. So we need to find other things that we can get something out of. And the corkscrew. Oh, that's a porthole, but it won't open. Impossible to open. What do we have here? The corkscrew. What if I use it on the box here? Nothing. Oh well. What? We got the towel from this side, so that's fine. Nothing happened here so far. And the box section. Barrel, cannon. This one has a big chip. The kick must be incredible. So this is a broken cannon. Maybe there's something here. Pipe on it. That's rusted. I don't have oil. I do have soap though. Oh. Okay, so I got an excellent way to make soap shavings. I got soap shavings now. Yeah. Oh, the door. The door is stuck. Right? This thing. Okay. Let's do that. Shavings on handle. On door. Ah. Yeah, okay. There we go. We open the door. Oh, what the hell? Oh, a woman. That's the first thing everyone says, a woman, you know. But where are you going dressed like that? Where did you come from? How did you get aboard this ship? It's a very strange story. I don't know what's happening. I must have lost my memory. Where are we and where are we going? Looks like you're in the wrong time. You'll be surprised. The year is 1840. From your clothes, I'd say you are from the 20th century. In the wrong time? 1840? It's impossible. Back in time? You must be kidding me. That's pure science fiction. It's true. I'm an agent with the Space-Time Patrol. I come from the year 2092, and I'm after people who travel illegally. It's not my fault, believe me. Let me tell you what happened. Maybe you can explain what's going on. Good, but first, help me get free. I can hardly move anymore. I'm not a good cook, but it was the only way I could get on board. So he pretended to be a cook to get on board the ship. They seem to have a habit of tying people up on this ship. The captain didn't like my cooking. There was nothing left to cook with the beans, so I used sawdust instead of breadcrumbs. Okay. Oh, I can't do it. These knots are too tight. Wait, I'm gonna get something. Just a minute. Before you disappear, tell me how you got here. That may help me with my mission. Well, it all started with a letter from a lawyer who told me to meet him in front of the Manor de la Prunelier. Apparently, I inherited it from a relative who died in 1840. Interesting story, right? She ends up in 1840 and she inherited it from a relative who died in 1840. You know, there's a horse. Nice place, but a little isolated. Good, the lawyer isn't here yet. Let's have a look around. Before the lawyer says something. Look, there's a horse. There's a cute horse. A cute horse. Who parked that machine here? The horse parked it here. Okay, so a battery. Oh, my inventory is empty. Okay, so let's take this battery. We took a battery. This thing weighs a ton. What should I do with it? Let's put it in our pocket. Yeah, like usual. A toolbox. Awesome. No cigarettes. Oh well, I don't smoke anyway. It's a pack of cigarettes that's empty. And a small pipe. I'll take it. Who knows? I may need it. You don't need it until like you travel through time. It's like, or maybe you need it before that. We don't know. Okay, so that's done. So a handsome stallion. Wonder if he's part of the inheritance. Gate. A jolly jumper in the way. I can't get close. Okay. My inventory only has a pack of empty pack of cigarettes, which has a matchbox and a foil. Okay, let's take this out. Oh no, I can't take it out. Okay, all right, that's fine. Can I go elsewhere? I don't know what this thing is. We can't... Okay, let's look at my notebook. Ah! I wake up in the hold of a sailing ship. My head is aching and do not understand what happened. I discover Yoruba. He is a slave and is being held in the chains in the hold next to the mine. Strange as it's as if we are no longer in the 20th century. Surprise! I meet Melchior, an agent from 2092, who tells me that the year is 1840. How could I have possibly gone back in time? I tell him. Oh, dialogues, cool. You can read the dialogues and like replay them. That's cool. Yeah. I'm not stuck with this. I have to read the whole thing again. Oh, actually I can skip. Cool. No, these are the two dialogues. Okay. Options. Okay, whatever. Didn't lead to anything. Are you wild or tame, my friend? Well, it's not gonna be easy, is it? I'd like you to move a little bit. Okay. Nope. Sorry. Jasmine says, good evening. I was working on a project with my mom and granny. Oh, awesome. How did your project go? I'm, we're actually still on the first one. The first developer. Yeah, we are. This is a time travel game. Okay, so, to give you a brief summary of what's been going on. The first game dev we're looking at, she was the first black black women game designer, and her first like she worked in France. She worked for Core Televisions, which was an old game dev, and they had some really interesting, innovative ideas. Oh, you claimed the story so far. Okay, see, she had like she was very brilliant, and I've already played the video of her, but you can like check it out later. She used to believe that, well, she still believes that games should be not just for kids, but also for adults, because it's like movies. It's a way you can tell stories that are important to, like, culturally important. And a lot of her early games were had the themes of like liberating slaves and putting their spirits to rest and stuff like that. So the first game I looked at was called Freedom Rebels in the Darkness. And that was about that. That was about doing a slave rebellion, right? And it was really hard because that game was her second game and it was made in the 1980s. And games back then were really hard. And they were also like, you needed the manual to play it properly. So I struggled with it earlier. But one of the games that she made was later in the company's lifetime is called Lost in Time, and this is the game we're playing right now. And cool thing is, I've played this game back in the mid 90s, And I had no idea about the history behind it at the time. I just played it because it was a really cool game. It was actually one of my first point and clicks. So far in the game, what happened is the lead character, I think her name is, I forgot her name. They didn't mention it yet, but she woke up in the hold of a ship in the 1840s, and she's from 1992. So she's like, how did I get here? And then she started exploring the ship, and she found a guy in the next room, and she talked to him through a hole in the wall. And he's a guy who's a prince of his tribe, and he was holding on to a sacred treasure of his tribe, but then he got captured by slavers, and so he's like trapped there, and he was planning to kill himself before the before the ship reached Europe. So then she convinced him to not kill himself and gave her the knife instead. And then the knife was used for some puzzles. And then in the second floor of the ship, she met this guy who's also not from 1840s. And he's from the year 2092. And he's a temporal agent who's been tracking people who are illegally traveling through time. And then he asked her how she got here, and so now we're in the flashback, which we're playing a sequence of events that led her into the past. So she arrives in this mansion because her lawyer told her that that she inherited this house from her ancestor from the 1840s. So it's an interesting coincidence that she ends up in 1840s later. Probably not a coincidence, probably connected. So yeah, that's the story so far. Good progress tonight. Ooh, awesome, good. That's good. I'm okay. I'm slightly better mental health wise compared to yesterday. So so that's progress. And yeah. So let's see. Now we're trying to get rid of this horse, like to get him out of the gate so that we can go in. We just figure out what we need. There's gotta be something here. We can't use the battery on him. We're in an adventure game, not a butcher shop. Okay. That doesn't do anything on the tractor. Can I just put the battery back on something? Oh, there's a basket? There's a basket. Oh, apples. Someone won't have apple pie this evening. Okay, so I can use the apple on the horse. Oh, look at that. Look at the cute horse. Look at the cute horse. Oh my god. Okay. So a gate. A note attached with a dart. With the what? Miss Doralice, I was here to meet you, but something is wrong. Someone has locked the gate. It looks like a smuggler is using this house you inherited to hide his loot. Wait here, I'm going to go get the police. Not gonna wait here. Definitely not. Good, my first problem as a homeowner. We'll get to the bottom of this right away. Let me just read the thing first. Oh, okay. Oh, we have a clue section now. Okay, cool. That's useful. Alright, let's throw the dart at the board here. Doesn't do anything. Dang. Okay, it has a lock. Obviously. Looks primitive, but it's sturdy. No problem. I haven't met a lock I couldn't open. Wow. She's a bit of a you know, lawbreaker. That's good. That's good. That's what we need. What do we have here? Can I use a dart on the lock? Good idea, but it won't work that way, okay? What about the match and the foil? No? The match? No. The battery? It could have been, but that's not it. Small pipe? Not that exactly. Okay, so there's a combination maybe with the dart? No? Small pipe? Dart with the pack? No? Dart with the battery? I'm just trying everything at this. Okay, lock. Yeah, the basket I didn't see last time, so there might be something else. What under the... She says it's not that exactly. So the pipe is related, I think. No, because when it's completely irrelevant, it says no, it doesn't do anything. So okay. Oh. No, okay. Match. I remember this game being hard, like the puzzles being complex. At least soon it's gonna be even more complex. No, she doesn't look at the truck anymore because there's nothing else to... Yeah, what is that? No, I couldn't click on... Hmm. I can use something on the tractor? The foil on the battery, okay. Nope. No. Can I use the foil on the matches? Okay, we can try that. Nope. The matchbox might have something to do with it. Hmm. One of the things that makes this game special is the fact that they used videos embedded inside the still images, and that was one of the first games to do this. I remember this game being one of my favorite games, and clearly I suck at it now. A second. Is there something we haven't used together yet? Oh, I know the pipe is involved. Maybe I should use the pipe on everything. There's something I didn't use the pipe on? Battery? Oh, there we go. I got the small pipe is the perfect tool to take the little bit of the acid left. Okay. Okay, acid on lock. There we go. It was too easy. If I come across the intruder, I'll say that I had to see the beautiful garden. There's a bird. Okay. I want a mansion like this. Rifna wants this kind of mansion as well, apparently. Okay. The entrance to the manor, a well. Oh, so pretty. A lovely well. Looks deep. I can't see the bottom. Okay, I don't have a lamp with me, so we can't take a good look. Entrance, a faucet. Looks like the water bill hasn't been paid for a long time, so there's no water coming out. Entrance to the mansion. Okay, a pile of logs. So I got a log now. A portrait. Who might that sailor be? My ancestor? Interesting. Portrait has a wire in it. Oh. Okay, what's going on here? I hope the rest of the house is more sturdy. So the handle came off. The notch for the handle, a keyhole. The key is in the keyhole. Oh, ooh. Okay, so space under. Okay, so I think this is that classic breaking in solution where you slide in a flat thing underneath and then you like poke the key off. Let me see. There, maybe the foil? Too small. Okay, I need something wider. A big piece of paper or something. Okay. All right, let's go elsewhere. See if there's any other place. Okay. Backyard. Yeah, let's go there. Oh, look at that. Abandoned lighthouse. A strange building. Let's go to the strange building. What's this strange building for? A hole? The entrance. What's in the hole? It's a little notch carved into the wooden steps. What fits in it? I'm kind of thinking this would fit. No? On the hole? Oh, it fits. It fits. I have the wire. Okay, cool. Oh, oh, look at that. Ah, I see. This is a vault. This place must be full of skeletons. Okay, so it's a number puzzle now. Philly Burt, 1800 to 1840. So this must be the ancestor she's talking about. A tombstone, yeah. The entrance. No lock, no handle, not even a door that I can see. Cool. Alright, so let's go to the lighthouse. North side of the building? Oh, there's something here. A bottle. A barrel and a bottle. An oak barrel, and it's full. Smells like a barrel of rum. So I got the bottle. Yuck, this wine has turned into vinegar. Maybe I should leave it for someone else. A cork. Has probably been here for centuries. It's impossible to move. Can we use the log on the cork? No. The pipe on the cork? Nope. The vinegar on the cork? Nope. Handle on the cork? Dart on the cork? Yeah. There we go. Oh great, rum on my shoes, and I'm all dressed up. It's a shame to waste it. Oh. Okay, there we go. We have a basement window. There's something behind the window. Okay, so it's blocking it. Alright, so we can't go in there yet. Oh, let's use the log on the window. Sturdier than it looks, okay. Alright. Okay, now can we... Is this handle gonna come off too? Closed, of course. No lock to be seen. Even if I pull on the handle like crazy, it won't open. Okay. Right. So that's the lighthouse. Then we have the vault. We have the garden. Entrance. I'm carrying the barrel around. Oh, wow. Okay. Like, she's really strong. She's like carrying a battery, carrying a barrel. She has a dress with pockets, apparently. A lot of pockets. That is the most unrealistic thing in this game, a dress with that many pockets. That's the most unrealistic thing. I mean, I'll believe time travel, but people in the 90s making dresses with pockets, I don't believe that. Okay, let's go to the backyard again. Maybe the vault needs some solution. Okay, so 1800 to 1840. What is that even? Is it 40 then? 40 years duration? Is that what it is? Nope. Oh, what if it's a math equation? 1800 minus 1840. That would put it at 60, right? No? Minus 40? Or minus 60? Yeah, okay. Hmm. Yeah, I went to the lighthouse, I couldn't get in. I think we have to do something here. Hmm. Nope, nothing here. Okay, thank you, Jasmine, for the lurk. Also, this is probably a good time to do some shoutouts. So I'll give a shout out to Jasmine. That's looking cool. Another Jasmine plays really cool RPGs. You should all check her out. Then we have a shout out for Fire Don't Talk. And a shout out for who else is there? Shell Smiley. She's been doing a lot of Stream Raiders recently, and she's reached affiliate recently for Stream Raiders, which is awesome. And a shout out for Rifna. Rifna has been slowly working towards being affiliate, and they've been playing really cool, very chill games like Wildflowers, which is very similar to Stardew Valley. Yeah, so that's go give them a follow. How are we doing? Okay, so kind of stuck now. So if anyone else has come in recently, we are playing games made by Black creators, specifically Black female creators. And this one is a bit of a historical game in the sense that this was made in the late 80s, I believe, or early 90s. And it was made by the first Black woman game designer. And she worked in France for Court Television. And she had really brilliant ideas, and it reflects in all the games that she made. And her games have usually have a serious theme to it. She did a lot of games on slave liberation early on, and then she went in the direction of eroticas, but from the perspective of women instead of like a male-centric one. So I think those are really interesting. I'll eventually get around to checking those out. Okay, so we got the backyard, we got the front of the manor. We definitely need something. That's a cool hint. I'm not thin enough to slide underneath it. So it shows that we need something flat and thin. Can I leave? No, I can't. Is there any windows I can click on? Oh, we didn't take a close look at the faucet. Oh, nothing there. Oh, I can put the barrel there. But it's not gonna do anything. Hmm. Then what is it for if it's not running? Is the wire long enough to go down the well? I don't think so. Oh, maybe the wire can work with the handle. Oh. A magnet? Okay. Oh, she made a magnet. Holy crap. It's an empty battery, so I can put vinegar in it to make it full again. All right, okay. Let's do this. Vinegar in the battery. Aha. This vinegar is acidic. It could replace the acid in the battery. Awesome. Now we have a full battery, and we can use the coil. This is very scientific on the battery. Okay. This is a primitive electromagnet. Let's use it on the keyhole. Nope. No. Yeah. I'll push it with the dart, maybe. No turning back, no. I let it fall. Okay. Oh, nice. Okay, we're inside now. That was awesome. Let's see. Fireplace. A box of, a fire extinguisher. Okay, cool. A small box. An ore. Let's take the ore. Then we get the rod. Oh, it's heavy. I won't be able to take it with me. Oh, finally, something that won't fit in our pocket. Okay. Take a look at the fireplace. There's no fire, no ashes. This fireplace hasn't been used for a very long time. Okay. A roasting spit. Everything for the barbecue. We only need the steaks. Okay. Oh, that sounds fun, honestly. A metal disc. What's that strange little thing? Yeah, what is it? And the andrions? Andirons? What is andirons? Another metal disc. There's a second one on the other side, exactly even with the first. Oh, these are contacts. Like electric contacts? Must be used as a contact. Okay. Um, maybe the big rod can be used here? On contact? No? Okay. Alright, whatever. Now, if there's a fire, I have everything I need. Okay, I got the fire extinguisher. Small box. Has a copper wire on it. Okay, I take the copper wire. We open it. It's got a box inside and whatever these are. It's a resin box. If I'm right, it's used to repair the hulls of ships. Oh, cool. Useful. A fuse. Looks like this fuse is damaged. Okay. Do we need to find a replacement fuse? Okay. I guess we can use a wire instead of to create a fuse. Fuse box, rod. A recess sounds hollow. Oh, a hollow recess. Interesting. No. Ore. Oh, I can put the ore back. Interesting. A trunk. The sandbox? This sand is very fine. Okay, it's a box filled with sand. That's very interesting. Hmm. Okay. What can I put in there? I don't know. Maybe the metal rod? Oh, the rod barely stays, and at either end, it's too short to touch the contacts. Okay, so we need to add something to the ends of it. Maybe the copper wire? No? Okay. What about the roasting spit? Oh, it just puts it back. Okay. We have to put something on either end of that metal rod to have any effects. Okay. Maybe the foil? Earth? No? Okay, no. Resin? Hmm. Nope. Hmm. So we got a whole bunch of stuff now. Maybe I can find a replacement for the fuse using the copper wire and the foil. I use the foil and the copper wire. No? What about the copper wire directly on the fuse? Too big. Oh, okay. You just get something tiny. I haven't tried the foil and the fuse directly. Okay. Ah, there we go. Finally. Okay, good. The foil may conduct the current. Okay. Okay, so we fixed the fuses. This fireplace hasn't been used in a long time. The log in there. Okay, there's something that's combustible now. Yeah, okay, that's good. Should I, oh, I know what this is. The rod is too short for the contacts because it's not hot. It just needs to be heated. This thing uses so much science. All right, so the matchbox on the log. No? No? Really? You can't light it up? Hmm. No. I thought... Hmm. Doesn't do anything interesting. Oh well. Okay. Well, we got some stuff now. We got a roasting spit. Got copper wire. Got match. Fire extinguisher. Maybe the fire extinguisher would be sturdy enough to break the window. Huh. Let's try that. Backyard. Lighthouse. This thing. No. Thing. Oh. Ooh. Okay. A hose. Hmm. Can use this to water my flowers. This piece of glass fell inside the lighthouse. Okay. Okay, well, we have a hose now. What can I use the hose for? Maybe climb down the well? Let's see. We come here. Combine the hose with the roasting spit? No? No. Oh. Now we find out how to make the water run. Okay. I guess we have to make the water run somehow. Oh, we made a lot of progress. Roasting spit on the recess. What happens there? No? Nothing? The ore was in the recess. Wonder. Oh, maybe I can put the ore on top of the well? No. Or with copper wire? No. With... Isn't resin like a flammable thing? Okay, let's put the resin on the heart. No. Yeah. Okay. This and the resin. Nope. Okay, can we take the sand from here? The small box is the fuse box. The sand box, the fuse box. There was a small box, but now it's called the fuse box. What is Andirons? Wow, it's 10 o'clock. I should move on to the other games. Been playing this for way too long. I don't know if the save games are working, but it doesn't look like it. I'm gonna just put in. Okay, so I'll go with their suggestion. Maybe that's gonna. Nope. No, it doesn't look like save is working, but that's fine. We're gonna stop here anyway. Oh, it's a butterfly. Butterfly seems to be a common imagery in her games. Okay, so that was Lost in Time. It's a really cool game. You can still get it, and you should get it. You can get it at Abandonwares. You can get it like any site that sells well, not sells, but you know, hosts Abandonwares. And it's still really good. It's good for it aged well, I think. And yeah, so that was our showcase of Muriel Tramis, who's an awesome game designer, and she's still making good contributions to the game industry and the culture of gaming in general. You should check her out. Check out her talks and stuff like that. She's pretty awesome. I'm gonna take a break and I'm gonna come back with our next game. So our next game, our next game is Before I Forget, and it's by Chella Ramanan. She's part of the Threefold Games studio. That's our next person for showcasing. So we're gonna be back with a video by her. Well, actually, I'm gonna play that video right now, and because the video is a little long, so we're gonna listen to that while we take a break, and I'll bring in the game soon after that. Okay, here we go. Let's go back here and here. Okay, let's activate the videos. That was the last one we looked at. I just switched my input on TV so that I can also see what's going on. Okay, so our next one is the Chella Ramanan video, and we're gonna start from the beginning. Switch up the music. Okay, I'll be back as soon as the video is done. Hello, I am back. That was a really awesome video. It has so much content, so much interesting concepts and discussions. So that video was it's Adventure X 2018, Chella Ramanan, Black Panther, Afrofuturism, and writing meaningful black characters. I pasted the video link in the chat for anyone who's interested in checking it out separately. I'm gonna like the video, and yeah, I'm sure they have other cool contents like that, so go subscribe to them. So Chella Ramanan is part of the Threefold Games game company. It's, I think, a team of two women. Her and another woman together basically run the company. And they have it's an indie company, obviously. They have made one game called Before I Forget. And it turns out I already have the game, so that made it easier. So I'll be playing that now. Let's take a look at it. I think it's gonna be super interesting. It's about a character dealing with dementia, and it's a point-and-click simulation game to explore that concept. And let me just bring it up, and then I can activate it in the console. It's not the right one. I found it. So this game was part of the Palestinian aid bundle. So any of you who've got that bundle will already have it. Let me just activate it. So it's $7.99 US right now. If you want to check it out, you can get it at threefoldgames.itch.io. I pasted the link in the chat. The description says, a woman alone in a house, a mystery and a love story, explored the present to uncover the past in a short story of love and loss and a life well lived. A narrative exploration that examines a world where memories are constantly fading and jumbled. A game about dementia and what happens when you can't hold on to the things you've done or the people you've loved. Threefold Games is a proud partner with Alzheimer's Research UK to raise vital funds and awareness for dementia research, the World's Alzheimer's Month. This World's Alzheimer's Month. They have an event on, I don't know which year this is relevant for. Could have been last year. Cool. And there's a radio show that's built into the game, and you can actually get the full radio show separately from their site too. So it's interesting that they made a radio play that they put in the game, but it's also a standalone thing. So let's check out this game. Cool. How's the sound? It's a bit quiet. I'm gonna turn it up. Okay. We're gonna do a new game. Forget is best played in one sitting. Okay. Using headphones or with audio subtitles turned on in the settings menu. Okay. You can do mouse and keyboard or a controller. Should I do controller? I do have a controller. Oh wait, my controller's not connecting. Okay, never mind. I'm gonna just do the mouse and keyboard. It's a point and click style anyway. Oh, the color showed up. I'm not gonna do developer commentary. Dang. Oh, that's cool. It's blurry. Everything is blurry. You can walk around. We are inside a house. This came into this house. Is this our house or someone else's house?
Where am I?
Hey, there's glasses here. That might help. Let's grab it. Rotate. And...
Is this the right place? Ah, Dylan will know. I'll find him.
find Dylan. That seems to be the... Huh. Many times it's been done. So the other ones are done. This is the active one. Okay. Note.
Overdue? Why hasn't Dylan paid it?
Gas bill overdue. We'll sort it together. Envelope urgent. Huh. Okay, so things are becoming more active the more I look into things. Okay, let's find Dylan. We can switch on this lamp. Switch it off. Oh, there's more mail down there. In the door. Thing is, a lot of things are gray here. Today is Thursday, 12th July 2001. Okay. Dentist on the 18th, 10 a.m. Okay, that's 6 days away.
Dentist? I don't know where it is. How will I get there?
No, it's a closet. A light cord. It's an umbrella. We're looking at it.
I got caught in the rain that day in the park.
Now we're remembering stuff.
But you offered to share your umbrella.
Cool.
We walked slowly, even though the rain got heavier.
Oh, flashback.
How do you like Amsterdam?
It's beautiful, like stepping back in time.
This is reminding me of Gone Home. Don't know what I switched off. Oh, okay, this place. This door is already open. It's the living room. Oh, office. Office/living room? Huh. Scientific discovery of the year 1975, Dr. Sunita Appleby. Okay. 1975. Okay. So that's like almost 26 years ago?
Wow, that sounds impressive. But I don't think it was me.
Don't keep moving this. Okay. Do we move this elsewhere? Okay, so let's not move it. Okay. Boldly going where no woman has been before. Cluster galaxies and the mystery of missing mass. Build your own solar water heater. Microprocessing. Look inside the Skelby 8H. Interesting. So it is her.
That's me. But I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going.
Physical anthropology. Interesting. Huh.
Why what? That was before we met. I look so young. Why what?
Interesting. So many bookshelves. Classical piano music coming from the master bedroom. Over here.
Dylan? Are you here?
Is that a phone? A concert program. Looks like only one side of the bed was used. Okay. He's a musician.
I can hear you playing. Where are you? Your brother almost made you late that day.
Says I love you.
He can't have seen it yet. He hasn't drawn the heart.
So he draws a heart when he sees the note from her. Okay. Dinner at the bistro, 9 p.m.
What a lovely surprise. Our little bistro. Oh, what time is it? I should get ready, put my makeup on. Pretty color. One of those time counting things. I have one of these too. It smells like roses. You bought me this in Paris.
Ah, closet.
It's locked. It's locked.
So interesting. I love how the colors change.
I need the toilet. I'll go now before I meet Dylan.
Wait. How come I came back here?
Was it this way? They look the same. I can't... Oh, how silly.
Hey, I came back to the closet somehow. This was the bedroom. No, this was the office. Wait. Huh.
Oh no, Hari Sunni, which door is it?
Okay, it's not this one.
Where did that hole come from?
Holy shit. That was getting super weird. No.
quick. Oh, please.
How would I know? This was the master bedroom. This was another room.
I don't want to fall. It's locked. It's too late. I couldn't remember. Dylan? He's not there. I hope he's put the kettle on.
It's Maria from the care agency. I've been ringing all morning. Please pick up the phone. Sunita? I will be there soon. Remember, I have a key, so I'll let myself in.
Who was that? How does she know my name? She said she's coming for me. I should go, but I'll wait for Dylan.
Where was the spare bedroom? This one? I didn't see the phone in it.
Okay, you show me then, clever clogs.
That's no fun, Dylan. You have to find it yourself.
As you wish, Professor.
Not yet, I'm not.
Bah, it's just a matter of time. So, guide me to this star.
It's not a star, but all right. First, find Pegasus towards the bottom of the map.
Pegasus. Ah, got it.
Its body is a giant box tipped on its corner, and the top left corner of the box is Alpharats.
Yeah.
This one?
That's it!
Hey, I'm getting good at this.
Now count 2 stars up and follow along to the right. From there to Andromeda.
All right. So, what am I looking at?
The Andromeda Galaxy. It's 2.65 million light years away, and you can actually see it with the naked eye on a clear night.
Imagine that. Wow, you must show me properly. Sonny, do you think there could be another you and me in Andromeda looking back at us?
Maybe. You know, my Leela auntie used to tell me the stories of the gods and the stars, but I can't really remember them now. What was I doing? Oh yes, Dylan. Where is he?
Check emails? Oh, maybe let's look at all that. Are we looking at the archive? These are from 1995. Dear Suni, I finally created an email address for myself, so I'm writing to you from America. Tour is going well, although I miss you very much. See you in a week. Sunita, what happened? I hear the event was a disaster. All those months of work, if you weren't confident presenting, I could have rearranged my schedule and stepped in. We should talk. Give me a call. Class Vandermeer. So that was a year later? Yeah. Well, 6 months later. Desdemona Archer. Hi Sunita, I've just heard that you're retiring. Are you alright? What about your research? I'm so shocked. Has Dylan convinced you to start a family? You don't have to give up everything. I can't believe you're going. Let's talk. I'll pop into your office for a cuppa. Hi Sunita, sorry I haven't been in touch. I don't know if you're still picking up your emails, so I'll try and give Dylan a call and we'll try and get together or something. Mona. Desdemona. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so these were archived. Can I look at the other emails? No? Huh. Interesting. We're only forced to look at the archives.
What does class mean, disaster? He always made things difficult, but I could never say anything. This is your favorite spot to sit, scribbling a new piece.
Dear Sunita, 1996. On behalf of the whole family, I want to thank you for your fearless contribution to the research and standing of this university. Your work has left a mark on our institution and the field of cosmology. I speak for myself and all of your colleagues when I say that we're grateful to have had the opportunity to work with you on a personal and professional level. Thanks for everything, and we wish you all the best for your retirement and managing your condition. I don't know if she even knows that she has memory issues. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I need to deal with the food. Okay, I'm back.
What condition? I'm fine.
Yeah, she doesn't remember.
I'll call him. It's just a misunderstanding.
Sunita, it's Maria from the care agency. I've been ringing all morning. Please pick up the phone. Sunita? I will be there soon. Remember, I have a key, so I'll let myself in.
Who was that? How does she know my name? She said she's coming for me. I should go, but I'll wait for Dylan.
Cool. Greetings from India. The postcard. Oh, look at that. Oh, congrats, Fire Don't Talk, for catching that thing. 17 September 1971. Dearest daughter. Okay, I'm gonna activate the subtitles. Dearest daughter, Suni, all is well here. Well, except the gardener has retired and I think the new one is stealing from the pantry. Daddy won't deal with it and told me not to bother about a few bits, but it's the principle. We're delighted that you found a home. When are you coming to visit? You both seem so busy. When will you have time to start a family? You can't wait too long. Daddy told me not to meddle, but it's not meddling. I'm your mother. Postcards never have enough room. I'll write a letter soon. Tell us your news. All our love, Ma and Baba. Address to Sunita Appleby, flat 141, Cadogan Avenue, London. Okay.
Must give them a ring. I haven't spoken to them in ages.
How's the game? Yeah, the game is awesome. You have this game as part of your Palestinian bundle. I was gonna buy it, but then I realized I already have it. This is made by a two-woman game company called Threefold Games, and one of them is the black woman called Chella Ramanan. We just watched a video by her. And so I'm just playing the game to see how they did.
Maybe he's taking a bath.
Oh, there's the bathroom.
Not in here. Where are you?
So, Sunny to the cosmologist. How about a coffee? There's a cafe over there.
Well, if that's the way the umbrella's going, maybe I should. A cup of tea would be nice. I hope Dylan's put the kettle on.
This has a very strong similarity with Memento. Student Appleby, Donepezil, 1 tablet to be taken once a day after food.
Should I take them? I don't feel sick. They can't be for me. Should I take them? I don't feel sick. They can't be for me.
And now we know where the bathroom is.
Not going that way.
the kitchen? Taj Mahal. Oh, it's a menu. Oh, look at the food. I want this now. Yes, chicken and soy. Indian takeaway options with prices. Chicken and sag balti. Oh, wow. And coconut rice are circled. Cool.
Maybe we can get a takeaway tonight. Then we don't have to cook.
Note says no more peaches.
But Dylan loves peaches.
Buy peaches.
We always need more peaches.
That's weird. We have 2 notes here. Contradictory. Lunch in here.
Who is leaving these notes? Why are they telling me what to eat? I can decide for myself. I don't like cheese. So bland. Dylan knows that. Why would he make me cheese? Maybe he's getting forgetful.
Oh, so you're saying no more peaches, that's why you need to buy more peaches. Okay, yeah, that makes sense actually. Maybe there was no response from the first message, so they post another one to buy peaches. Okay. Yeah, that actually makes more sense. Huh, there's peaches here. Okay. Okay, so we do have enough peaches. Ham went off, I got you some cheese.
That's silly. I bought ham yesterday.
Do not use the stove. Your lunch is in the fridge, Maria.
I shall use the stove if I want to. Who is Maria?
I wonder what that bottom drawer was for. Cabinet.
That door was grueling, but we stole a moment in San Francisco.
Happy 40th birthday, huh? My darling Sunita, I love you more every year. Happy birthday.
You always spoil me on my birthday. Which year was that? we look older.
Hmm. Hmm.
A clear sky. Perfect.
Show me one with a story, Leela auntie.
All right. Let's start with an easy one. This is Taurus, the bull. Look to the east. Can you find the star at the tip of one of the horns?
Okay, I think those are the horns.
Look down to find the star.
Got it.
That's Svaha. She was desperately in love with Agni, the god of fire. But his love was focused elsewhere.
That's sad. But I suppose at least she's a beautiful star now.
True.
Show me another, auntie.
Let's see. This time, I will show you a constellation in the west. It has 3 stars close together. Can you see it?
No, I can't. There are too many.
Don't give up so easily, Suni. This star's light has traveled so very long just so you could see it. Would you want its journey to be wasted?
How long?
Thousands and thousands of years.
Fine, I'll look again.
Look for the brightest star over to the west.
I see it.
Now head straight up and there will be 3 stars in a row.
I see it. What is it called, auntie?
Prajapati. One day, Prajapati was chasing one of his daughters. The gods saw and wanted to punish him. They called on Rudra, the god of storms and thunder, and asked him to punish Prajapati. He shot an arrow, which flew fine and true, and pierced Prajapati's waist. Those 3 stars you see are Rudra's arrow.
Whoa, how do you know these stories?
When I was your age, Baba took me out to show me how everything that seems to matter doesn't really matter. The stars show us how small we are.
Leela auntie? Where did she go? That was before we met. I look so young.
There's a chessboard now.
It's Dylan's move. He's always one step ahead. Ugh, is it time for dinner? He's in the kitchen.
Channel 106.
I shall use the stove if I want to. Who is Maria?
It was our first house. Zoe fell for it, almost before we got through the door to look around. You'd think I'd have seen this before.
We're in a different location.
I'm so glad I persuaded him to get a tree for our first Christmas here. What did I come out here for?
Dear Sunita and Dylan, our thoughts and prayers are with you both on your special day.
I wish they could have been here.
Congratulations to my two favorite people. Enjoy your life together and many happy years in this flat. All my love. Errol or something? Errol, okay.
Errol didn't forget the rings, at least.
All our love on your wedding day. Remember, no handle. Enjoy life together, Guillermo and Carol. Congratulations on your new home, Suni and Dylan. You're an inspiration to us all. We love you. Be happy always, Jenna and Clark.
It's all a bit of a blur. It didn't rain though, even though Jenna thought it should.
The orchestra.
So many good friends.
Oh, it hasn't been hung up yet. This is a memory. Their first Christmas together. There's a note. No. Can't seem to.
Sonny! Sonny, come look at this!
Where would you go if you could go back in time?
If it was possible, I'd stay just here and now. You smiled then, like you knew something. A marvelous secret.
Okay. Back in the dining room. Dinner, huh?
I'll set a place for Dylan. He'll be here soon. It's getting late. I'll make us a cup of tea before bed.
Huh. Applebee booking reference. Huh. 94. Issued 29 November 94. London to Amsterdam.
Amsterdam. That's where we met.
Breakfast in bed, Mrs. Appleby?
Sounds perfect, Mr. Appleby.
This is that where that hole is supposed to be.
It's locked.
Wait. He's gonna make tea, right? Looking at space.
I want to know all the stars, Leela auntie.
We should be heading home now.
No, auntie, just one more, please.
The 7 rishis.
I know, like life in the Mahabharata.
Precisely, Sunni. The rishis were the 7 sages who made the sun rise and warm us with its light.
What else did they do?
Well, first, the rishi married Kritika, the 7 sisters, and they all lived happily in the north sky. Come on, so look north.
I'm looking.
Can you see the 4 in a box?
Oh, I see it. And 3 going up.
It's called the Little Dipper in English.
6, 7. What happened to them?
One day, the rishis prepared an offering to Agni, and he emerged from the flames. He instantly fell in love with the sisters.
But he couldn't be with them because they're married.
Exactly.
So what did he do?
He was tormented by his love for the Kritika and took to wandering. One day in the forest, he met Svaha, who loved him, although he didn't know it. She disguised herself as 6 of the 7 sisters.
Did it work? Did he love her forever?
Sadly, no. The rishi thought their wives had been unfaithful and left them.
Nobody was happy.
Not every story can have a happy ending, Sunni. Not even for the gods.
Huh. We're in the closet again? Huh. Grand Hotel Leper. Darling Sunni, just a short note. Okay, it's 1972. Thank God for the hotel stationery. Otherwise, I would never know where I am on tour. Missing you desperately. Still haven't parted ways with this devil of a cold. I hope you're feeling better than I am. The Italian press are kind, so all is not lost. Okay. Appleby cancels Berlin concert. Dylan Appleby conquers New York. Hawaii. still. Hawaii is magical, but I don't see much beyond the observatory. The scope is marvelous and the team too. So glad the tour is going well. Make sure you look after yourself too. I know what you are like. Good news, I think I can arrive in San Francisco when you are there. Not too long to wait, but also not too long to wait. Love always, Sumi. Appleby wows La Scala audiences. Dylan Appleby turns to composing. Okay. Success story of Dylan, basically. There's another letter here. Dearest darling Suni, your last letter found me tired, but buoyed by the promise of seeing you. I'm in hospital, but must say I'm in hospital, but must say even French cuisine does not infiltrate these walls. Alas, no need to hurry to my bedside, although there is nothing I would like more. Don't read the papers, they exaggerate. I'm a little tired, that is all. I'm just creating more inventive ways to get out of touring. What lengths I will go to. Being unable to work on my new piece is more than frustrating. Cosmos is swirling around in my head, but I must have time to get it down on paper. There is no piano in hospital, so I cannot practice. I'm plotting my escape, do not worry. I'll be out before you know it, or there will be blood. Not mine. By the time you read this, we may have already spoken. I think you have the right number now. Love always, D.
I should phone Dylan. Is he okay?
I forgot to look at the date on that. Damn. Sydney Opera House celebrates Appleby's return. Touring is torment, says Appleby. (1972). Dearest darling Suni, I'm writing while sipping a rather delicious Malbec, while enjoying the hubbub of the Canal Saint Martin. A rare moment of repose. Of course, I tell you this only in the hope that you will be so envious or missing me so terribly that you rush to me. Failing that, I get to San Francisco on the 27th May. 1972, huh? Okay. Might you be able to tear yourself away from the cosmos? I wanted to stay in our favorite flea pit, but Adrian and company failed to see its charm. So I'm living this lavish life near Leopra. They tell me the tour is going well. I'm trying to write that piece about the stars, but with so little time, it's difficult to get anything more than a few ideas down. I yearn for more than a fleeting moment. I shall return home soon, but not soon enough. The back is a moment I steal to myself each night. The audience doesn't notice anyway. It will end soon and we will be together again. Until then, sweetest, all my love, Dylan. Exhaustion plagues Dylan Appleby. Dylan Appleby marries in London. Young pianist crowned master at 21.
I'm glad he's back now. He is, isn't he? It's lonely here without him.
Still one side of the bed.
Where are you, Dylan? Why are you never here? I need to know.
The place is not even there. Oh, now it is. But it's different. It's a long corridor. Yonkers, New York. Appleby Wows, Yonkers, New York. I'm gonna turn it down a bit, it's really loud at the moment.
Sunita, it's Maria from the care agency. I've been ringing all morning.
I thought perhaps now the tour is over.
Don't give up so easily, Sunita. This time,
Where will you go?
Have a key.
Until my research is finalized.
Sonny, come look at this.
I will be there soon. Remember, have a key.
Until my research is finalized.
Sonny, come look at this.
I will be there soon. Remember, have a key.
Until my research is finalized.
No, you just decided.
I don't want to talk about this. Not when you're like this.
Why did we always come second?
You didn't. You were pressuring me.
We always said, though.
Well, things changed.
Exactly. You changed. But you never told me.
Nineteen 1945 to 1999. Funeral service will take place on Tuesday, 14 December 1999 at St. Michael Church. Entry music, Morning by
I must be reading this wrong. What's it saying?
Song for Sunita. Concert pianist Dylan Appleby dead. World-class composer and concert pianist Dylan Appleby died in the early hours of yesterday morning. According to emergency services, he was involved in a car accident and died on arrival at St. Mary's Hospital. Known for his poetic compositions for piano as well as vibrant and moving performances, Appleby was both popular with audiences and the classical establishment, winning him many awards. He leaves behind him his wife Sunita Appleby. No other casualties were involved in the incident. Tragically, his latest album is due to be released this Friday, a tribute to his wife entitled Song for Sunita.
No, you can't be. I can still hear you playing. How did it happen? Why did you leave? Wasn't your career that would get put on hold?
I stopped touring. What did you want me to do?
I don't know, Dylan, but what I do counts.
What's that supposed to mean?
I didn't mean that. Dylan, wait! You always wanted us to slow down and start a family. I was happy to be just us and our careers. But I kept forgetting things. I got confused. I forgot myself. But then you were gone. And I forgot that too. I don't want to be alone and confused anymore, Dylan. We can be together now. Now, I remember.
I finished it. Claire Marwood and Chella Ramanan. Chella Ramanan wrote the story. It's really awesome. They're both very good. Made with Unity. The doctors gave medical expertise for this game. Interesting. Really cool. Really awesome. Special thanks to all our playtesters. So that was Before I Forget by Threefold Games. You can get it at threefoldgames.h.io. Well, that was really cool. We have one more creator to go through. So I'm going to play her video and then we can look at her game as well. Let's switch this off for now. Okay, let's switch to the video mode. Our next video is of it's a TED Talk by Cat Small. Cat Small is a young game developer, and she's also an itch.io and she makes pretty cool games too. So I found a TED Talk by her, so we can watch that and then we can check out the game. So that was Changing the Face of Game Development by Cat Small, and was presented at TEDx Foggy Bottom, and it's a TED Talk, and I pasted the link in the chat if you are interested in checking it out. Okay, so that was our last video of today. So that sounds really cool, that free, the one that gives you free education in game. Yeah, that's really awesome. I'm glad that a group like that exists. See, like, perspectives like these were readily dismissed just even a couple of decades ago by the mainstream communities. Oh, they're not communities, they're clubs, rather. The mainstream clubs of the IT industry, you know, mostly the white men clubs, you know, they would be controlling most things back then, and they would dismiss a lot of these insights. Even though women were part of programming for so long, since the beginning, it was seen as a woman-only job until it became prestigious, at which point they people stole that. They stole that position. It became a man's job when it became prestigious. So yeah, and that impacted how women were marketed to. Well, I mean not at all when games first came out. And it's even in my teenagerhood, I knew people in our school. I knew women who were interested in games. They were just like seen as, well, it wasn't often talked about, for one thing. There wasn't very much visibility, but it was seen as exceptions, even for the ones that were visible. Yeah, so Firedown Talk says, yeah, that's so wicked, and it's great that it's actually supported by a well-resourced institution as well. Yes, that's true. And that support always helps for something like this. It's just, this is a more recent tragedy in the history of gender equality, right? It's, I mean, inequality has been around for a while, but this one was like, it was okay at first, and then it was taken away, right? So that's it was taken away only like a couple of decades ago. Well, maybe three or 4 decades ago, but yeah, not too long, right? So it's really interesting and messed up. It's also why it's so urgent to fix it now, fix it quickly, before it becomes bigger. And that's why these organizations exist, to push back against that. So yeah, okay, so that was our third video. So we're gonna again, the link to that video is in the chat. That was a TED Talk by Cat Small. So we're gonna take a look at a game made by Cat Small. Let me just bring it up, and then we can explore it together.
Sorry if I rush, I just don't want to.
Okay, that's our third game. Go. Okay, so I'm gonna turn down the music a little bit. So this game is called SweetXheart. It's spelled SweetXHeart, and it's by Cat Small. The description says, can you get through a week in the life of a modern black woman? SweetXheart, pronounced Sweetheart, is a slice of life visual novel about microaggressions, race, and gender. The game shares creative technologist Cat Small's perspective on being a black woman seeking success in life, school, and her career. Players act as Kara, a 19-year-old girl from the Bronx who attends an art college and interns at a tech company. Over 5 fictional days, players experience the highs and lows of life, including small interactions such as swiping a phone in the morning to wake up, getting dressed in the morning, and commuting to work. Minute choices such as the chosen type of outfit affect Kara's life. Her stress level changes based on interactions with other characters. This game can be played in the browser. It requires a mouse, touchpad, or touchscreen to play. Downloadable versions coming soon. Why I made this game. I started this game in 2014 as an independent study project with game developer Kaho Abe during my time in NYU Tandon's IDM MS program. After graduating in 2016, I decided to finish the game. What was initially a small project turned into a much bigger effort. Thanks to everyone who playtested the game and all of my Patreon supporters for making this fidelity of the final results possible. Okay, let's try it out. Okay, catch you later if I don't talk. We're gonna restart the game. So this game is available for free on Cat Small's itch.io page. Because it's a browser-based game, you just play it on your browser too. So if anyone wants to check it out, it's in Cat Small's profile. That's catsmall.itch.io. Sleep, Kara is asleep. You are asleep. You are Kara. Another week is about to begin. Will it be a good one? You decide. Alarm, school, wake up, drag, circle to dismiss. Good morning. It's Monday morning. You're awake much earlier than yesterday since you have school. Oh, Kitty! Your cat, Kitty, jumps on the bed and looks at you. It's not his actual name, but it's what you got used to calling him. Kitty. 6:45. Pull yourself out of bed, take your morning vitamin, and feed Kitty. The morning shower is warm and comforting. You slowly become less groggy. What should you wear to school? Pack and vote. Interesting. I don't know. Red. About professional looking shapeless pants. Yeah. That looks cool. Comb to change hairstyles. Oh, cool. That looks cool. Oh, that's cute too. Oh, that's cool. Okay, we're gonna go with this today. Yeah, this is cool. No, not PJs. I just changed the entire outfit. I love the way this looks. Feel nice because your outfit is so cute. There you go. Late for school, your teacher won't be happy. Get to the train. Sorry, it's a little loud. Let me just turn it down a bit. It's really, really. Okay, that's better. Okay. Go down. That's the station. Worried about being late to school since you can only be late 4 times to each class. The train comes after several minutes of waiting, which makes you even more nervous. There's a limit to how many times you can be late. That's messed up. It's easy to grab a seat when you live so far. The sleepiness from waking up so early sets in. The clacking of the train wheels and its gentle rocking feels soothing. Oh no, gonna fall asleep. For an hour, the train reaches your stop, 23rd Street in Manhattan. The announcement wakes you up. You feel a bit more rested after the nap. Okay? Cool. Grab your bag and jet off the train, pushing through the turnstile. You move your way past dozens of people to rush upstairs. There's no time to buy breakfast since you're late, so you run for 5 blocks to reach school. Damn. School for Fine and Digital Arts, Visual Arts School. Miss Jones. Kara, you've used 3 out of 4 absences this semester. Don't be late again. Sorry, Miss Jones. Sit down. Find the nearest seat and act like nothing happened. Illustration class is interesting. You enjoy drawing live models. Sometimes other students feel awkward about the nudity, but you don't mind much. I should try talking to someone. Oh, you have to pick which one. Jessie is a Staten Islander with interestingly dyed hair. So-yeon is stylish Korean visual designer with a cool haircut. Angelica is a nerdy New Yorker who's interested in comics and memes. I don't know. Okay, let's pick this one. Hi Angelica, how's it going? Pretty good, Kara, how about you? We liked class today, drawing is fun. Same, this is one of my favorite classes. Our model was really interesting. Wish people weren't so immature about larger models though. Yeah, it makes me really self-conscious. Glad I'm not the one who noticed. Not the only one who noticed. I always notice, hey, I gotta head out, but I'll see you on Thursday. You had a nice short conversation with Angelica. Maybe you two can become friends if you talk to her again. Listen to J-pop music and finish an assignment for your Sunday Japanese class during the train ride home. You hope to go to Tokyo one day. Distractions make your commute go by easily. Soon enough, you reach your stop. Welcome home, Kara. How was your day? Was her mom. Say it was great. Today was great. Thanks for asking, Mom. How are you? I'm good. We went shopping for some things today. It's time for dinner. Want to help me make spaghetti with hot dogs? Spaghetti with hot dogs. What? Sure. Let me know what you need me to do. You spend time cooking with your mom. It's very relaxing. You feel like a good daughter for helping her out. Finish and eat. The food tastes great. You feel warm and happy inside. Soon enough, it's all gone. I'm going to do some homework. Thanks, Mom. Anytime, sweetie. Let me know if you need anything. After putting your plate in the sink, you head to your room and churn away at some homework. Time goes by quickly. You fall asleep around 11 p.m. Sleep really well. That's good. It's Tuesday. Today you have to go to work. You're an intern, which is kind of exciting. Kitty is here to greet you as usual. You give him a hug, which he accepts for a short while before wriggling free. It's so early. You drag yourself to the kitchen and do your morning routine. The morning shower is nice. You listen to your favorite radio news station to wake up and prepare for the day. Okay. We're going to work, right? So, loose shirts are so cute. Denim is even cuter. Sweater is pretty boring, but it has cute slits. Okay, let's go with this denim shirt. I don't ever wear denim. Oh god, bothers my skin so much. Loose blue jeans for when you're feeling lazy. Gray jeggings to go with almost anything. This actually looks nice, but maybe this. That's kind of boring. Maybe. Not that. No. Maybe I'll go with that. And then motorcycle chick ankle boots. Ooh, nice. Plain chill skater sneakers. I think we're gonna go with these boots. Yeah. It's hairstyle. Huh. That looks cool. I don't know, let's go with that. I love the way this looks. Feel nice because your outfit is so cute. Okay. You're late for work, your boss won't be happy. Why am I always late? Random guy, beautiful. Ignore and say nothing. He didn't look happy about that. Should learn to smile. Talk back. You learn to keep thoughts to yourself. I was just trying to give you a compliment. People used to take those well. Women like you are why the world is going to hell. Guy's a lost cause. I'm not going to keep engaging him. Didn't say anything else to you, but you feel negative about the entire interaction. Maybe you shouldn't have said anything, damn it. I thought talking back would help a bit. Worried about being late to work, your boss has scolded you about laziness in the past. Train seems to be running well today, so you feel relieved. You play a golfing game on your phone. Nimblebee LLC, the workplace. Kara, I know you commute from the Bronx, but you have to get here on time. Don't let it happen again. Mr. Ruiz. I'm sorry, Mr. Ruiz. I'll work on getting here earlier. It's okay for today. Just don't be late again. You know the policy. Anyway, can you put together a website design for one of our clients by the end of the day? Sure. Thank you, Mr. Ruiz. Design a nice website. Okay, what is a nice website? If the user needs help, the chat box would be useful, but people usually ignore these kind of things. A large image with inspiring headline text about the client company. This might be useful for getting people interested. Okay, sure. The client's newsletter sign up form. People hate giving away their email address. Okay. Text here tells visitors additional information about the client company. No one really reads though. Large image with a link to view a list of the company's products. People don't like paying, but the clients probably think this is important. Navigational links to other pages with more information. Links are somewhat useful. Small image with text that gives visitors ideas of what the company does. People like images a lot. Okay, I think that's a middle thing. Yeah. A small image with text that gives visitors an idea of what the people like images a lot. We're gonna go with the... Okay, is that multiple? Oh. Small image with text that gives visitors what the company does. Okay, how about we do like this and this, and navigation links to the other pages. More links are somewhat useful. Okay. That's the chat box. People usually ignore these kind of things. The client's newsletter. People hate giving away emails. Text that tells visitor additional information about the client company. No one really reads though. And large image with a link to view a list of the company's products. People don't like paying. There you go. Yeah, this looks alright. It's not amazing, but it works. Time to find someone to review this. Hardcore engineer from the UK who obsessively reads programmer news. Bubbly New Yorker who always experiments with the latest tech. Preppy Connecticut native who likes card games and winter sports. Middle one. The design project Mr. asked for. Can you look it over and give me some feedback? Sure thing, Kara. Let me see it. Nita opens your file and spends a moment observing your creation. Not bad. I think we can work with this. Thanks, Kara. I'm happy I could help. We don't have anything else for work right now, so feel free to work on personal stuff. Go back to your desk and poke at the layout of the portfolio. Nervous about where you'll work once this job is over. This is very hard to find paying internships. Eventually your phone vibrates. Your high school friends texted you to ask if you'd like to hang out. Spending time with your friends always makes you feel good. Yeah, that's a good idea. Come hang out with us. We want to go to Jane and Broncos for some dancing extreme. Yeah, I think hangout is a good idea after the day she had. Unlimited gaming for only $19. Is this like an arcade or something? Enter the building and take the escalator to the third floor. You walk into the arcade area. It's loud and there are lights everywhere. Eventually you locate the dancing extreme machine. I want to go first. Yana, will you play with me? Let's do it. I know she's better at DX than me, but I wish he would still ask. Being passed over sucks. Wait in anticipation for a turn. People start to watch and applaud for Yana, whose feet are moving across the dance mat at ridiculous speed. Your turn, Kara and Jordan. we argue about it, he's probably not gonna probably gonna dismiss it or something. I don't know. Don't remember how to read the display as it tells you the number of remaining credits, 58. You remember how much that is in actual money. It's a great scheme. Jordan navigates the menus until you're at the song list. Since he swiped first, he gets to pick the first song. He only has 60 seconds to pick a song, so he settles on one of his favorites, an India-inspired tune that probably has no real meaning. I hope this is okay. I know it's slow. That's fine, we're just warming up. Jordan selects a song. It's easy for you, even on the hardest setting. Finish with the full combo. A few onlookers clap. This makes you feel good. I get to select the next song. What should I choose? Every land sister, Jordan agrees, so you select the song and starts playing. It's a good pick for you, full-on streaming arrows and crossover moves, but not too difficult to mess up. 2 minutes pass and the song finishes. You hear more clapping, which makes you feel good. Okay, that's good. Final song, since it's your last one, he picks a harder song. You have a fun time trying to beat it and ultimately finish with a D rating. Nice. Good stuff. Let's keep switching up since no one else is here. Spend more time playing, dancing, and stream. Gladly, you all get to take turns playing with each other. After 2 hours, you're all exhausted. It's time to go home. Midtown's light makes it look bright outside, but it's actually getting quite late. Anyone else hungry? I don't have the funds right now, sorry. Same, plus I have food at home. Maybe another time. Since no one can eat with you, decide to go home. The lot of you walk to the train together. Once you're underground, you leave the group. No one else lives in the Bronx, so you'll be riding home alone. Write in your diary to pass time. Writing helps you feel better about life. There's more guys there. Okay, nothing happened. Hey sweetie, how was your day? It was okay? It was okay. I hung out with friends, but otherwise nothing major happened. What about you? I'm good. Did some writing and cleaned up a bit today. Already cooked and ate, but you're welcome to have some leftovers. It's soy chunks with garlic sauce over rice. Okay, that sounds amazing. That sounds freaking amazing. I don't know why, but it sounds amazing. Perfect. I'm so hungry. Thank you. Alright, it's in the fridge. Let me know if you need anything else. Heat up the food and eat. It's so good. Some of your stress is elevated. I'm going to go do some homework. Thanks, Mom. Feel a lot better. Anytime, sweetie. I'm always here for you. Let me know if you need anything. This game is super awesome. It's really, really nicely organized. It's like there's this undertone of like something really stressful might happen. But then there's this thing, like lots of opportunities to reduce that stress. So it's very, very, very stimulating for me. You head to your room and work on an assignment for school. Since you got home late, you don't get much done. You fall asleep. Okay. Sleep really well. It's Wednesday. You wake up early again to go to work. You wish you lived in Manhattan so you could get more sleep. Look over and see Kitty at your feet. He walks up to you and you pet him. Okay, it's past 12:20, so I should probably stop now. This game is super awesome. I'm going to stop here and then continue later another time. But I just wanted to showcase one really quickly. So that was SweetXheart by Cat Small. Cat Small has other games that you can also play for free. So there's a pet game called Humans Pet Me. I think that's also free. It doesn't look like it has a price on it. There's six other browser-based games, and I bet some of these are free as well. And so yeah, quite a bit. It's a good portfolio of all her games. So if anyone's interested, you can check out Cat Small's itch.io page at catsmall.itch.io. Okay, well, that was a long session. That was our that's our last game for today. So today we looked at 3 of the Black female creators in video games. And so first was Muriel Tramis, who was the first Black woman game designer in history, from what we know. And then we had Chella Ramanan, who works in Threefold Game Studio. And then there was Cat Small. So let's take a look at the credits. I actually created a shortcut this time. So we looked at Freedom, Rebels in the Darkness, and Lost in Time from Cocktail Vision, where Muriel Tramis used to work. And then we looked at Before I Forget by Threefold Games, and then SweetXheart by Cat Small. The art on this stream, including this fancy TV here, is made by Rifna. You can check out their Redbubble, Twitter, and Pinterest if you wish. They have really cool non-binary art. One of their designs gets a lot of sales, which is the Gender Dragon one. I personally like the Gender Princess design, which is I got a bunch of... I have a mug and a notebook with that design, and I really love it. The videos we looked at today were let me just bring that up. Videos we looked at today were Gaming for Everyone, Blacks in Gaming GDC feature from Microsoft developer. Muriel Tramis, the first black female game designer by The Icon. Adventure X, Chella Ramanan, Black Panther, Afrofuturism, and writing meaningful black characters from Adventure X. Then Changing the Face of Game Development by Cat Small from TED Talks. And if any of you want to check out the links to these games, I pasted them earlier. I don't have them on me right now. I'll put them in the VOD's description so you can check them out later too. And we are ending our stream now. So we will be next week. We will be going back to our regular bundle for racial justice and equality streams. So we're starting. That'll be our day 151 going through that bundle. And we will be starting on game number 451, I believe. So that's 2 more sessions next week. And I will be continuing my story game of Horizon Zero Dawn at various points throughout the week. Because I want to play it not just on Wednesdays, but outside of it as well. Let's see. We should raid somebody. Who should we raid today?
Let's go back in time when we were young, full of love. Let's take back this land that we call home and make it our own. Yeah. Let's go back in time when we were young, full of love. Let's take back this land that we call home and make it our
I'm gonna raid Fluffbite today. So my raid message is Hearts of Light and Shadows shift the balance in your favor. Shell Smiley says, I'm here. I was just eating dinner, so those were really cool, good games. They look really interesting. They are pretty interesting, yeah. I really enjoyed them. So yeah, we're gonna raid Fluff Bite, and this is our raid message. Thank you everyone for joining and watching the videos and the games. I hope that I can do more of these in the future, and I'd like to introduce more visibility for creators from Black, Indigenous, and people of color demographics. And hope to see some of you in next time. And we're gonna get back, as I said, to our indie streams next week. Have a good night, everyone.